All right, people, we're back on the live stream. I had to get some rest in because I've been pretty much doing this as much as I could over the past 36 hours. All right, so I think where we left off was I was doing some manual validation on some of these letters, and I think it might be a good time now to start doing some bringing of all this tangential data together into some kind of pandas data frame. I think that's the best course of action at this stage. I think it'll let me kind of clean up the app a little bit with regards to its code, and it'll allow me to actually start producing a more maintainable data set. So let's go ahead and start tackling that problem now. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to work in our Jupyter lab here, and we're gonna call this new one. We're on number 13 now. We're gonna call this new notebook bring data together. So concatenate all of our data from different sources. And our app actually has in our code, we've actually got all these different sources right here. So I'm just gonna copy and paste that in there. We're going to be importing JSON. We're going to be importing RE. We might need regex. I'm not sure yet. We're going to be importing also pandas as PD. So that's good. Those are going to be the main libraries that we use. Now we're going to grab all that data that we have. So we've got our page spans, our headers, our letter people, our paste keys, our script pages, and our collections. Now we got a problem here. We've acquired these data from different sources, and that means that we've got data that is structured in different formats. There's actually one other thing I think I need to grab, and that's going to be letter people. Is that letter people going to be my paste data? I think it might be. Let me go down letter people. Yep, that's our paste data. Okay, cool. So I'm going to call letter people paste letters. Cool. All right. So now what I want to do is I want to have a data frame where it's going to look kind of like, imagine an Excel spreadsheet where each row will be a letter. So 1, 2, 3. And I want these to, for the first time now, all be standard. These different data sets came from different places, and the way the letters are stored in each of these is sometimes with a leading zero, sometimes without, sometimes as a list of dictionaries in the case of collections. So what we need to do is we need to get all of this information into one pandas data frame. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to create kind of a series of, or we need to create a list or a list of rows and all the different things that these rows are going to have. So these rows are going to have, each one is going to be a letter, and then each row is going to have a few different pieces of information. So one is going to be the first column down, that's going to be the letter name, and this will be a numerical string, so i.e. 001, 002, etc. Column number 2, this is going to be let's stick with kind of what we have here, kind of the sequential order of the way that the data appears here. Let's go manuscripts first. So after the letter, we're going to have the manuscripts, so the manuscripts in which the letter appears. So that's going to look something like HTK1, etc. on down the list. And then the next thing after that, let's again stick with consistency. We'll have the manuscript OCR, and then we're gonna have the let's do the description. This will be the MGH description. 5 is going to be the what's 5 going to be? It's going to be the salutation, and 6 will therefore be the letter itself. We should also store in some other information. So people, pace, people, cited. It's going to be in the 7th column, and the 8th column we're going to have the scripture cited. So 8 is going to be scripture cited, and it's always a good idea when you're bringing your data together from a bunch of different sources to have a good sense of how you want it to be organized. You can make some manipulation later if you're not happy with the way that it's organized, but it's good to have a good layout of what your data frame is going to ideally look like. So in this scenario, we've got the header data accounted for, we've got the paste letters accounted for. The paste keys is going to be kept separate because that's going to be how we link our our paste individuals to their actual website. And the reason why we want to do that is because we want to keep that data just a little separate. Just because it would look a little clunky if we included the keys in there. Actually, what we could do is we could have a separate column that corresponds to right here. So we're going to make 8 right there. It's going to be paste keys cited, and this will be a link to the actual keys. That way we can just call in one data frame and not have to have 2 different data sets in our actual app. And this will make everything look a lot cleaner. And for the next little bit, that's going to be the name of the game. It's going to be getting this data organized in a manageable way. So we're going to say letter text right here. So let's go ahead and start this process. So the first thing I want to do is I want to get all of the letters. So from letter 001 all the way up to 310. And I'll start structuring the data frame by manuscripts. And I think it's a good place to start because I know that this data set, although organized oddly, my cultivated data set, it's got, another thing we need to include are the letter spans. So where letters begin and where letters end. That's going to be another thing that we need to include. I didn't think about that. So letter, we're going to put in, we'll put it down here because it's not going to be needed that early in the data frame. Or at all, really. For users to see, it's going to be something that we use. So letter spans. That's going to be one other thing that we need. We got the page spans now accounted for. And the page spans are going to be where a letter starts and where it ends. So in the case of letter 1, it's going to start and end both on page 18. So now that we have that kind of organized, let's start, like I said, with manuscripts. That'll give us a way to actually start filling out this data frame. So let's call this all data. Actually, let's store these things separately. So we're going to store these as letters. It's going to be equal to that. Manuscripts. I'm going to call these my MSS. That's my manuscript data set. OCR MSS. We're going to make a list right there. We're going to store all of our descriptions when available. Our salutations when available. And we're going to fill all these empty spots with maybe manual validation needed or something along those lines to let the user know that this data needs to be manually inputted. So that's going to be the letter itself. Paste people. Paste keys, and this is going to be the keys that correspond to the people. And it's going to be very important here that we keep these in the same sequential order so that we can link them together. It might even be a good idea if we were going to be storing this as a JSON file, just one giant one, to store these, and we might do that, to store these as one dictionary, where the person corresponds to the key. We'll figure that out later, though. Let's keep on going down. So scripture, let's call it scripture refs, because that's what I've been using throughout all of these notebooks and also in the app. And then finally, letter spans, which is going to be equal to an empty list. So we're going to just populate all those lists as empty. Now comes the fun part of trying to fill them. So let's start off by iterating over this data here, our collections. So we're going to say for C in collections, and that's going to get us a dictionary. Now, we have a few different ways to kind of grab everything. Let's print off C so we can see what it looks like. This is what it looks like. It's a list of dictionaries. We've got a single key that's going to be the letter, and then we've got a single value, and that's going to be the manuscripts in which it appears, and it's going to be a string separated by commas. So what we need to do is let's grab that information and that information, and we're also going to want to go ahead while we're at it, and I think I want to be consistent and have the leading 0 for everything. So we need to make sure that we do that. So let's go ahead, and I think I've actually already got the code for iterating over these somewhere. All right, let's go back now to our notebook. Where's my notebook at? There it is. Cool. So for C in collections, and then we need to go ahead and identify the actual, or convert it into a list. So we're going to say C is going to be equal to list c.keys, which is always going to be a single thing. And then we can just grab the first index, and let's just make sure that works. I don't oftentimes have to work backwards with the dictionary, so I always forget how to do this. And it does. And then what we can do is we can say the manuscripts are going to be equal to C. Let's call this the letter num. Is going to be equal to C letter num. And let's make sure that these are the manuscripts that we want. And they are. That's good. Okay, so we've got that. So we can get now both the letter and the manuscripts. Now I want to convert that letter from a string. So we're going to create this new object called new, which is going to be equal to letter num. And then we're going to print off new I. Let's get rid of those manuscripts because we don't care about those. And now comes the important question. Do I want this to be represented as a numerical string, or do I want it to be represented as an integer? And I'm going to say a numerical string because it allows me to keep those double zeros in there. It's going to be important later on, and I can account for that easily in the app. So now that I know these two pieces of information, I can start filling out these lists. So I can say letters.append, and we're going to say new I. And then we're going to say my MSS.append, and we're going to append MSS, which is going to be our manuscripts. Looks like I've got oh, this is going to present a problem. A problem indeed. I hadn't thought about this. A couple of the letters actually do have like 304A, 304B. They're not going to happen until very late. This is actually going to present some issues later on. We're going to have to give these different values possibly, or write in some exceptions. So let's go ahead and do this. We got to clear our lists again. We're going to do that a few different times. Except value error. I want to print off each of these letters so I know how many that there are. It's just one. Okay, I can handle just one. So in this case, we're going to call it 304. And I think we're going to convert it into a float maybe and call it 304.1. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to worry about it. It's just one instance of a letter having, or a letter actually having a letter attached to it. So we're not going to worry about it. We can easily treat this as an exception. I'm going to print off the length of letters, print off the length of MSS. Letters.append. Oh, I got that stored outside. That's why. Letters.append to my. That's going to be double. Let's go ahead and clear that. Oh, that's why. There we go. Let's clear it one more time. Oh, that's why. IMS. I was printing off the length of the wrong thing. Alright, so let's reset that one more time. And they're both 311. Fantastic. Okay, so now we've got that set up. So we've got our letters and our my MSS now filled out. So we're going to have to think about how we handle that 304A. I am very tempted to ignore it entirely in this process and then manually add it in later. I think it's going to present a lot of issues. So I'm actually going to go ahead and do that. We're not going to even handle 304A. We're going to just skip it. And I'm going to write out right here a little note to myself, 304A caused problems. And we'll figure out how to handle it in a little bit. Now the next thing I need to do is I need to start populating the OCR MSS. I believe that's stored in my headers, which is letter header. How is this structured? Do I have all letters accounted for? It looks like I have everything. No, I don't. I don't have every letter accounted for. So we're going to have to keep track of that. So if it doesn't exist there, I need to make a presumption that it needs to be manually validated. I thought I left these in as needing to be manually validated. Maybe not. Okay. Close that. Close that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to iterate over the headers data. So we're going to say for h and headers, print h. And like I said, we've got a few missing. So what we also want to do is we want to know which letters are missing. And so what we have to do now is convert all of these, just like we did before, into these new strings. Make sure that works. Okay, so we've got our new I. This is now going to correspond with the way we've structured our data above. So what we're going to say is if, okay, cool. So if new I is in letters. Oh, that's going to get confusing. I've appended everything to letters. I should probably change this to letter nums. That way I can keep it straight from the actual letter itself and make that letters. So let's go ahead and redo this. And again, this is just to make sure this isn't absolutely necessary. It's just good to keep track of everything. And letter nums.append. Why is that not existing? Letter nums. Oh, there we go. Again, clear that out. And that's 310. If it's in letter nums, print new I, else print not in letter nums. And we're going to print new I like that. And this is just to debug and make sure that we can account for everything. So if that's in there, it should be. Oh, they're all going to be in there. Of course they are. We want to do kind of the inverse. We want to iterate over letter nums. Okay. So if that's in the dictionary, then we need to handle it differently. So we have to iterate over the letter nums. Okay, let's figure out how to make a list of that real fast. So let's make this list right here. So letters with headers. Dot append. Hey, how's it going? This live is just for, I'm basically doing a digital humanities project all the way through, from beginning to end. It looks like I didn't update the title like I was supposed to. So thanks for asking about that. There we go. I've updated the title. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be uh, keeping track of what letters actually do exist. So we don't need that anymore. Let's just do. And so we can say now, let's iterate over that. For L in letter nums, if L is in headers, print L. Oh, if it's in keys. Oh, we need to append it before we do all that stuff to it. No, we don't. Oh, that's why. So if it's in that, print L. And now we can figure out else print not. So now we can do letters not in headers. That's a really long variable name, but it'll work. All right, so else letters not in headers dot append, and you'll see why this is necessary in just a second. L, and then for this we will actually print off L. And so these are all the numbers that we don't have in there. Cool. So now that we know which numbers we don't have in there, let's go ahead and comment that out. Now we can go back and actually do what we need to do here. So for letter in headers, if it's in letters with headers, then we're going to do this data can get us the MSS, the descriptions, the salutations, and it's also going to get us the eds, which I should probably keep as well. Let's go ahead and refresh that, and just to be consistent. Okay. So now what we can do is we can iterate over everything, and we can grab, we're going to be able to grab all of this data. So description, cod, which are the codices, that's the manuscripts, the ed, and the salutation. So if new I is in letters with headers, then we're going to say headers, we're going to say description is going to be, let's just say D. D is going to be equal to headers H description. Let's keep on going down this list. E is going to be equal to, I'm doing this manually just to make sure I get it right, cod, ed, and salutation. So C, E, and S, cod, ed, and salutation. All right, else it's going to be equal to needs manual validation. We're going to do that for all of these. This is going to be easy for us to correct these things once we get them into the app. All right. And now we're going to append all of these to descriptions, salutations, eds, and OCR MSS. Let's keep them in order, actually. So descriptions dot append d, OCR MSS dot append, and we're going to be appending the C, eds dot append the E, and S salutations dot append the S. Let me just triple check. Salutations, eds, descriptions, OCR, MSS. Let's try that. Let's print off, after we're done, the length of descriptions. OCR, MSS. And this is just to make sure that we don't have anything unaligned. And we've got 164. So something's not worked. Oh, elif, that was my fault. So L, if it's in letters, and we're gonna also print off these as well. We want to make sure everything is at the right length. And let's rerun everything in this just to make sure we got it. Rerun the whole thing again. Okay, so again, something's happening here, and it's not grabbing. Let's print off 003. Okay. Okay, I've iterated incorrectly. So I need to iterate over the letters with headers and then grab their index in headers. Let me print off headers just to kind of see what their index looks like. Okay, so I need to fix headers first, and then I can make these corrections. Let's comment that out. Let's do it this way. Let's do I in range 310. Cool, that did it. Alright, but does 310 stop at 310, or does it go up to 310? Let's find out. Now we can just add else right here. Let's rerun everything. Cool. So everything's looking good now. We've got almost half the lists populated. Now we can go down and start grabbing the letters. The letters are going to be all stored. I believe we've got them stored. Where is it? In cleaned letters. So we're now going to iterate across all the cleaned letters, and if we're going to need glob now, import glob. So we're going to basically store the letter Actually, that I might be okay keeping out of the data frame and keeping that like this. We're just going to check and see if we've got the OCR. So we'll make this OCR, and we're gonna make it sure that it's a boolean. So let's go ahead, just make a little mental note, boolean. So it's gonna be true or false. So we're gonna make it a list of booleans. And boolean, if you don't know, is true or false. Comes from boolean numbers and boolean mathematics. Okay. So now we can do that. We can actually stick with this here. Let's make this first. We're gonna do files. Files are gonna be at the glob.glob, and we're gonna say data \cleaned letters dot anything that's a .txt. And then we're going to say for file and files. Actually, it's just, I don't have to worry about that at all. Actually, yeah, let's clean it up. For file and files, we're going to try to populate this OCR exists. So we're going to say for, we're going to .split at txt. Num equals file.split. We're going to grab it .txt. We're going to split there, and we're going to grab the index 0. Then we're going to do a .split, and we're going to split at the first occurrence of an underscore. And this is at data underscore cleaned letters. I think it's a backslash. And once we do that, let's print off num. That didn't work. Oh no, we can do that. We can separate it at the underscore, and it'll be 1, 0, 1, 2. So it'll be the second index. That should be it. All right, the third index. Cool, that's the number. All right, so we're going to do OCR exists append num. Cool. All right, now we know which files exist, so we can say if new I is in OCR exists, we're going to say letters.append true, else letters.append false. That'll let us know if we've got the letter or if we don't. That's going to be really important. We've named this OCR now. Great. That was probably a mistake, but oh well, doesn't matter. Okay, now we're going to also print off the length of OCR, and after we rerun everything, we should be at the same length. Cool. Everything's at the same length now. I'm happy with that. And what's the next thing we need to grab? Paste people, paste keys, and scripture refs and letter spans. Okay, so paste people. Let's handle that first. So paste letters. This is going to be the letter people. How is this data structured? Let's check. Letter underscore people. Again, it's preserved as that, so we're going to have to fix it. We can probably, I think we have the same problem here. We need to find out if it exists in this data set. Does it have 304A? It goes up to letter 314. So it includes those extra ones, or it's done some different annotation if they're not that way. We're gonna stop it at 310 regardless. We're gonna have to do some manual cleaning there, trying towards the end with the upper 300 letters. That's gonna be all right though. We can grab most of it, no problem. So we're going to say if I is in what did I call this? Pace letters. So if I is in pace letters, print I. Okay. Dot keys. Hmm. Oh, yeah, I don't want to do that. Let's just do it once. Okay, so it should be a list of all these things. So we're going to say pace let's, it's going to equal to that. So if I, oh, that's why I changed it. So let's just keep j is equal to I. We'll keep it separate so we don't break anything. So if j is in pace, let's print I, print j. Hmm. Oh, that's why. It's an integer here, possibly. So we need to, it definitely is. We need to convert it to a string. And now, nope, that's still, oh, that's why. I gotta make sure if the string of j, there we go. Now it should work. Cool. So if it's in there, we want to do, what was the case? So we're gonna do paste people. If it's in there, we're going to say paste people dot append, and we are going to append paste letters string j. Else paste people dot append no paste data. Maybe just an empty list. Maybe none. Why don't we do none? Okay, let's rerun everything. Again, we want to see 3 tens outputted here, or 310 repeated X number of times. Files is not defined. Oh. Oops. All right, now let's rerun it. Cool. All right, great. So we've got 310 now figured out. Now for paste keys, how is that data structured? So we've got paste keys here. Let's go look. Okay, so this is just a giant dictionary. So we can use that. So we can say for person in the paste data, how's the paste data structured one more time? Is it as a list? All right, let me look at it in Atom. Paste names. Nope, that's not it. Paste keys. Nope, that's not it. Letter people. So yeah, it's stored as a list, and I'll be able to clean this up and get rid of these false names. I might want to even consider getting rid of Alcuin. I'm going to keep Alcuin. All right, so we're going to iterate over all of that data now. So let's do that in the same bit of code. So we're going to say temp people is going to be equal to that. For p and temp people, we're going to make a temp list. It's going to be empty. Actually, we're not. We're going to separate these out by commas. We will need to do that anyway. So we're going to say for p and people, we're going to also do a check into paste keys. So if p does not equal that, so it's just, if it's not nothing, we're going to say temp list dot append p. And we also want to see if p is in our paste keys. So we're going to get its key is equal to paste keys p. And then we can now append not only that, but also append our paste keys with that temp keys equal to the empty list dot append. We're going to say temp keys dot append our key. And then we're going to, outside of this for loop, we're going to do paste, we're going to do that dot append temp keys. And then we're also going to append paste people. Okay, so we've got that. I think this is going to work. I'm tempted to do an empty list here because this none might cause issues when you convert to Pandas data frame and then back into Streamlit. Might make the code a little clunky, but I think it's going to be all right. And we've got a problem, so we want to make sure that let's see if it's a problem with the code or a problem in instance, and it's a problem with the code. So how is our keys set up? So key is going to be equal to paste keys, and it's going to be p. Let's print p. So we're trying to look into our paste keys for Alcuin 1, and it should be able to identify Alcuin 1 as that. So paste keys, let me just make sure that is in fact what I've called it. It is. I'm not entirely sure of the issue here. Let's print paste keys out down here. Actually, we should probably do it up here just to see what it looks like. Okay, so it's empty. Why is that empty? Pace. I'm spelling pace wrong. I think that's my problem. Pace keys, and that is exactly it. Now it shouldn't be an issue. If it does become an issue, it's because that individual doesn't exist. We're also going to print off pace keys. There we go. And it's an issue again. Pace keys. Oh, that's why. Okay, I can't call this pace keys. Pace data. Let's just call it that. Oh my goodness. I was basically making another list with the same name and it was erasing it. Pace data. There we go. And now pace data is not defined. Now I have to rerun everything. We might get an error if somebody's not in there. Will Jill's 1. Okay. So we're gonna basically accept if there's a key error, we're gonna put in unknown key. So try that. Key error. We're gonna do key is gonna be equal to unknown key. Or attempt keys dot append that. I don't think there's gonna be a lot of those. Let's just print off P. Okay, yeah, there's not a lot of them. Let's rerun this. So we've got a problem now. These aren't all lining up correctly. So our pace people and our pace keys are off. We need to make sure that we want to make sure that they're all 310. And we're off a little bit. I'm wondering if it's the presence of those, the 14 letters, 310 and 314. So let's go through and look at letter people. Let's see how long that list is. Again, I've deleted the F on files. Oh, there we go. So it's 303. So they don't have all the letters. So if string J is in pace letters, then do that. Else it should be doing pace people. Oh, pace keys. That's why this was off. Pace keys dot append. Okay. So now I think we're going to be all right. I think it's all going to be good now. And it's not going to go past 310. Excellent. Okay. So now what we can do, I think we only have a couple more things to assemble here. We've got to get the scripture refs and the letter spans. So the scripture refs, do I have that stored here? Script pages. So how is this data structured? Let's find out. It's going to be under script refs pages clean. It should be another JSON file. And this one, thankfully, is structured the way we want, with the leading 0, maybe? Maybe not. No, and it's not structured that way either. Okay, so a lot of these do have needs manual validation. Okay. Script pages. Dot keys. There we go. So now we're going to say if string j is in ref, let's. Now we're going to do something different. Hang on one sec. All right, sorry, there was a knock at the door. So what we need to do is we need to iterate over these reflets, and we need to figure out if it has it, then put it in. If it doesn't, then we'll figure out what to do next. All right, so if it's in there, we're going to append this next, second to last list that we've got, which is the script refs. And we are going to say to print the length of script refs now. Then we're going to say refs is going to be equal to ref. Again, what did I call it? I keep on forgetting the name of it. Script pages. And then we're going to do string of j. And let's print refs. Oh, not calling the dictionary correctly. Silly mistake. Cool. All right, so that worked. So if this is the case, then we're going to do that. Else, we're going to say scripture refs append needs manual validation. If it does exist, we are going to do scripture refs dot append that. And let's run everything again. Excellent. So the next thing that we need is we need to grab the letter spans, which is up here as page spans. And let's just again check how that data is structured, which is going to be letter underscore page underscore spans. Same deal. I think we have it for most of them. All right, so let's go ahead and try that out. We're going to do the same thing again right here. Oop. And I need to append two letter spans. And I'm thinking actually a better idea might be to do a separate one for start page, end page. So here we're going to do dot append start page. Okay. And then we'll do the same thing right here that we've done up above. Print that there, print that there. And then we'll do start page and end page. And let's run everything and hope that this looks right. Okay, we got an error. 1 doesn't exist. Okay, so we've created the span, page span.keys. Oh, that's why. Let's make sure I had the wrong name. Page spans, okay, let's run this all. This is looking pretty sloppy, but it's gonna work. It's gonna get all of our data into the same format. Great, now we've got it. So now we're gonna create a data frame, which is gonna be, we're gonna create all data actually, which is gonna be equal to a dictionary. So it's gonna have description, descriptions. It's gonna then have OCR MSS. We're gonna call this MSS OCR, and that's going to be our OCR MSS. We're going to have the additions, which is going to be equal to our eds. Then we're going to have our salutation, which is going to be equal to our salutations. Letter num, which I want to be in the front, because the letter num is going to function as our index. It's going to be equal to letter nums. The next thing that we're going to have is my manuscript format, which is going to be equal to my MSS. And then we're going to have OCR is next. Text, which is going to be the OCR. We're going to have pace refs, which is going to be equal to pace people. Pace keys, let's start making this a little cleaner, which is going to be equal to pace keys. Then we're going to have scripture refs, which is going to be equal to scripture refs. Oh. Let's see how it looks. It shouldn't be taking that long to load. Let's just test it. Index is going to be equal to false. I'm not sure what was happening there. I don't think it's going to be an issue. Let's just check it out, make sure. Yeah, it looks good to me. That looks really good. Start page. Okay, that's where we were getting into the issue. The start page and the end page. So something weird is happening with start page. And I'm not sure what that is. Let's go back and look at our code. That's why we were having a problem with trying to display it. Oh, there we go. I was appending the whole thing. All right. This won't take but a second this time. Cool. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. So that's what we would call a very nice looking data set right now. Already can see some problems. Carissime and Christi. Caritate. These two definitely don't have the same one. Why do all these have the same one? So something's happening with my salutation. Let me see. That's probably happening with everything, isn't it? Yep. It's happening with the OCR, the addition, and the salutation, and it's even happening with the description. So that's happening up here. Where am I at? Ah, and I see the problem already. I might have to do string of J for this one as well. We'll find out. Yeah, I do. Okay. All right. Should be better now. Cool. Everything's looking good. Good. The salutations, the additions, these are all changing as they're supposed to. Although this is wrong. Manual validations. Oh, I know why. Everything's going to be off by just one here. And the reason for that is because I started off there. I need to start the index at 1. I think that's... Again, I don't use range a whole bunch. So everything's going to be off by one letter if I didn't do this. So we got a couple things that are 310. Oh, that's okay. I'm going to start at that and go up to 311. And then I should be all right. Okay, cool. That's what I want to see. So now letter 1 is correct. I have also manually inputted that. Letter 3 is just a mess. I have to spend time and just manually do all of that. So what we want to do now is we got a data frame that we can be actually somewhat proud of. Now it's got a lot of things that need to be addressed, like all these manual validations, the fact that we go up to 314 letters in the PACE data set, we have to add those in, but there's only a handful of those at the very end. And like I said, right now, this first push of the project, I've mentioned this the other day, is going to be just about trying to get all of our data up and running, or up and running for the letters that we can automate, in which case it's, I think, 164. We were able to get a lot of the data for 164 letters automated, which is, hundreds of hours of time saved. Okay, so I'm happy with this. Now I'm going to officially save this .2 CSV data. We're going to call it the DAP dataset. And that's going to be our database that we use going forward. So we're going to start working on the database right after this gets done. Index is going to be equal to false. And if you don't know about pandas, I have a textbook that you can use. It's pandas.pythonhumanities.com. I'm adding to it over the next few weeks, but if you don't know about pandas, definitely visit this site and get used to it because they're very useful. Okay, now that we've got that saved correctly, it's time to start making some serious modifications to our app. We're going to be able to load everything in now as one data set, which is pandas, a pandas data frame, and it's going to make our app look just infinitely cleaner. But unfortunately, that means a lot of redesign with regards to the code. That's okay though. We're going to be very happy that we did it in the long run. And anyone who tries to look at our app, it's going to make a lot more sense to them about what's happening. So we're going to say data frame is going to be equal to pandas pd dot read CSV. And we're going to grab our data alcuin or DAP dataset dot CSV. And where do I have it? DAP dataset dot CSV. Cool. So now that we've got that loaded, we don't really need to load in all this other data, but we're going to have to figure out how to work with the code now to get it reading things. We're going to do it on a case-by-case basis. So let's go through letters select. In this case, or let's start off with side mode. I think side mode might be one of the easier ones to do. I'm not sure. It looks quite long. Okay, so side mode's where we're going to be in. Let's go to letter 1. All right. So we need to get the letter still. And that's right here. All that's looking good. And we need to find the location of the letter in the data frame, which is going to have all of our extra data. So let's keep on looking. I'm just kind of looking through. Okay, so let's try to now go through and find the location. Of that row. So pandas find row with value. It's one of the locks. I can't ever remember what it is. We're going to look for, at this point, data is going to be equal to letter data is going to be equal to df.lock. We're going to look in a specific column here. And that column is going to be the first one, which is letter num. And we want to grab the one that is equal to the EP file. Because that's going to be, and let's just do st.write letter data. This is going to make the app look really weird at first, but we're going to be able to use the output to control things better. Okay, so that's going to be populated probably at the bottom, and it's empty. Let's put it up at the top, so I don't have to keep on going up to the very bottom. Okay, there it is. Alright, so letter number, descriptions, probably got the whole data frame there. Looks like I can expand it. Great. Okay. So it didn't find one whose letter number matched that. Matched 001, which is odd. Let's do it manually, see if it works. So that's not right. Is it interpreting it as a number? Hmm. Let me figure out what's going on here. We're going to go into data. Letter num. Well, this is really confusing. df dot lock. I don't think it's ilock here. Yeah. I have to Google this real fast. Let's see. Let's try to do this. So we're going to do letter underscore num is equal to 001. All right, I'm going to be right back, and I'll figure it out when we get back. Give me like 5-10 minutes. All right, and we're back. So when I left, I was trying to figure out why we can't find the specific letter num that clearly exists in our data frame by using dflock. I have no idea why this isn't working. I'm wondering now if I've got the equal sign in the wrong place, but I've done that correctly. So we create the data frame. Let's try and recreate it in our Jupyter notebook. Maybe we can figure out what's going on by doing that. Here. And it works. It grabs it just fine. I wonder if Streamlit can't write. What if we try to grab something like description? I wonder if it's a problem with Streamlit being able to display it. And then we're just going to print off desk. Cool. So I'm thinking now more and more that this might be a feature of Streamlit that's presenting some kind of an issue. I'm not entirely certain. All right. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this now. Okay, so I think if I do this, this might work. So let me try this now. So I'm going to grab So now I can grab that. So I've got the row that I need, all the information that is, based on the, I can use that ep file name. And now I think the problem is that I can't write, I have to write a data frame in Streamlit. So I think that's where maybe the issue is occurring. I'm not entirely certain, but I think this will fix it. So what I need to do is let's write row 0, a row description. Let's try this. See if this works. Key error. Let's try this out. Just to see if that works. What am I doing wrong? Let's see if it's the problem with the ep file. Not matching up. No, I got the 01 in there, so that shouldn't even be an issue. I'll just clear the cache. Rerun the whole app. So it's still presenting an issue. Oh my gosh. I wonder if it's because I have this open. I can't imagine that would cause an issue like that. No, it didn't. Okay. Let's just write the whole data frame. See if that shows up. And that works. Oh no. Are you kidding me? It's changing from Streamlit is doing that. That is not nice. Alright, so that means I need to get rid of the leading zeros probably. So Streamlit does not see the leading zeros for whatever reason, even though those are very clearly in the data frame. That's weird. Oh, that's not it. Maybe it's just listed as 1. Does it convert everything into numbers then? Let's figure out what's going on. I'm going to do st.write df all the way up here. So here's our data frame. Letter num. Let's switch over to letter mode. It'll be a little easier to read all this. So letter number. So it is a string. I'm going to try this. Let's see if this actually fixes our problem. Close that out. Okay, so I think that's what was happening. That's really strange. Somehow the way Pandas loads in the data frame, when it's a leading zero, it's displaying it as without having those. So it's almost interpreting it as a number. I'm not really sure what's happening there, but I've fixed it by adding the ep in there, which means that all we have to do is add this to that. So we can do um, that file, and we should be able to get it. So this should now display for 1 the same way it did here, and it does. Great. Cool. So now we've got our letter data. Comment that out. So now that we have our letter data, we should be able to comment this out and say cleaned MSS dot write, and we're gonna write in. What are we gonna write in? We want to write in letter data OCR. Was it MSS OCR? OCR MSS. MSS OCR. I think we need to do 0 so it doesn't grab it as a data frame. Let's rerun it. Cool, that's looking good. All right, now we need to do the same thing. We can go ahead and delete that because we've fixed it. And we're gonna do, oh no, manuscripts OCR, this is gonna be under here. Because that doesn't matter anymore. That doesn't matter anymore. So these are things that we can kind of clean up a whole bunch. So what did I have for my manually validated ones? Valid MSS. Okay. Save that. Rerun. And we have a problem. What was the problem? I didn't read it. F string unmatched. Let me zoom out a little bit. All right, I'll have to do it that way. Okay, so for this, we can get rid of all these things because we can grab people. It's going to be equal to letter data. Pace people. Is that what I had it as? I should have written these things down. Pace refs. There's a way to load it in as a list. I wonder if Streamlit automatically interprets it that way. Looks like it does. Maybe. No, it doesn't. So we can do we're gonna do this wrapped in JSON.loadS. Load S loads in a string and interprets it as a data structure. And in this case, it's not working. Okay, why not? Let's see. Oh, read S. Maybe that's what it is. pandas list to Python list. Okay, I can preserve it as a series data. So I'll change that in this area when I actually save it. So let's go back here and redo that. So explore that one more time and wrap it in parentheses. All right. So what are our lists going to be? Our lists are going to be, we don't really care about that. Paste refs. And paste keys. These are going to be ones that we really want to preserve them as a list. Oh, I gotta rerun everything, of course. So we need to convert a pandas. I think this is the thing I was looking for. I've had to do this before and I couldn't remember how to do it. This is it, I'm pretty sure. So literal eval, where are we at? Let's see how this works. Cool, that's what we wanted. So it's got it into a list for us. That's exactly what we want to see. And now we can do the same thing with our keys. And the Walafrid 1 is going to present as an issue. Topography of Anglo-Saxon England. I think it was Walafrid 1. Who was the one name that we didn't have that for? We're going to have to add him into the list. Wilsgills. We're going to search the database. We're going to try to find person by name. He isn't referenced in here. That's odd. I've never seen that before. I think we're going to be alright then. So ignore it. So we're going to go for person. We don't really have to worry about this anymore because no one in this list is going to be like that. If person is in all keys, we don't really need to worry about that either. And that should do that. And this is going to change from paste refs to paste keys. Alright, let's see how that works now. Oh, we don't need that anymore. We are going to want to keep that. Reload. Excellent. Paste people referenced. Let's make sure we click on Alcuin. And it goes to Alcuin. Great. That's another set of things we can delete. Let's just start deleting stuff. This is already looking a lot cleaner. Don't need that anymore. Okay, so the next thing we need to write in is our description. And our desk is going to be equal to, you guessed it, this bit of information. And we're just going to write that in there. Salutation is going to be equal to salutation. Cool. Letter, we're going to keep letter in there. I like all this formatting here. Images, we're going to grab images. I think we're going to have to grab images the same sloppy way. We don't need to do all of this stuff to grab the scriptural references anymore because we have them. Actually, no, that's going to have to stay. Okay. Start page. I think that's just going to be the start and the end. So start is going to be equal to that. Okay. Where am I using clean EP? Okay, it's going to be coming in down here. And we're replacing that with letter data. Replace it with okay. Got to get rid of that. But it looks like we've got everything now worked in a lot more cleanly. I want to fix up those scriptural references because I don't like how they're populated. I can fix that though. I don't think it's going to be an issue. Actually, I think scriptural references might be problematic because I never did it on, they're not in the database correct, most likely. I don't think I ever thought about the fact that they occur differently on different pages. So where did I put the scriptural references in here? Needs manual validation all the way down. Yeah, this is wrong. So that entire column is untrustworthy. We're going to have to leave it, that bit of code, the way we have it for now. In fact, I'm going to probably recreate the data frame and take it completely out. Alright, I was able to clean this up quite a bit though by using the pandas data frame, so I'm quite happy with how that looks now. And I'll be able to get rid of all of this stuff up here with the exception of the script pages, I think. Yeah, with the exception of script pages. So let's go ahead and now try to clean up some of the code for the other parts of the app that use kind of similar things. So down here under, let's switch to letter mode now. I think it's just letter mode that we have to clean up. We're going to have to make letter mode look like this. And I'm wondering what would happen since all modes could benefit from that data. If I move the select box outside of this condition, I mentioned this yesterday. Because everything up until I get to the letter is going to be handled the same way. But if I dropped it all, just try this. I can always go back and change it. What if I dropped it all right here? And then I change the column 1 information to ST, 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 ST. Alright, let's see how that looks. It's going to be double here for right now. Cool. I think that's going to be alright. Let's go to the side-by-side option. That's where it's going to matter right now. Hey, thank you so much, Ricardo. I'm trying to fix it up right now, actually. I'm changing it so the code looks a little bit cleaner. But yeah, you can kind of see it's coming along pretty nicely. If you open it up, you can actually see the letter on the right and the raw text on the left. And you have a bunch of different modes you can kind of select between. And right now we're working on cleaning up the code and implementing the database mode. That's the last one that we need to actually improve, and then we can just clean up the data, and we'll be pretty much done with the front end of the design. I'm glad you like it though. So I had the app working a second ago, but of course I took it all apart and tried to improve it. Okay, I think I found the problem. It's right here. It's when I add in column 1 and column 2. I never call those, so let me just close that and drop this down at the start right here. And now that should put it in the right order. But now we got a problem. Column 1 is not defined. So did I call column 1 earlier above? Okay, that's another case where we can just change it to ST. And this will mean that I can kind of get rid of a lot of duplicate code. So it's going to sit here like this now at the top of the letter option. And it means it's also going to be populated in the NER option now as well. So it sits up there. We're not concerned about this error. We can fix it. It's because there's a duplicate select box. But that's a good thing. It means we can actually clean up our code quite a bit. So I can delete pretty much all of this. I think everything until we get to the letter double space. That means I can delete that much code from each of these now. Let's see if that worked. We don't want to be in NER mode. We need to be in letter mode. Okay, that worked. We switched to side-by-side mode. And that worked. It's going to look a little different now. This data sits at the top. I'm okay with that, though. I wonder if you could have an expander within an expander. If you could, that'd be kind of cool. Let's make sure when we switch now, it still works the same way. We get an error. Key error. We'll have to figure that out. We'll figure that out. My guess is if I were to switch to letter mode here, I'm not sure what the error is coming from. I'll have to troubleshoot it in the terminal. Alright, but either way, I know I can get rid of all this stuff. I'm not too concerned about it. The NER sidebar information. It's kind of cool information. I want to keep that where it's at for right now. So NER mode, we can get rid of the select box. In fact, we can get rid of all of that, I think. So that'll be cleaner and tighter. Now let's figure out, in Streamlit you gotta troubleshoot the errors a lot of the time in the terminal. That's the Jupyter Notebook one. So it's happening. So cleaned MSS. Valid MSS underscore 0. Key is 0. Okay. Valid MSS. Okay, I'm not really seeing. Let me maybe clear the cache. It could be the only issue here. And rerun. Shouldn't really be taking this long. So that is a bit of cause for concern. I'm just going to reload it up. All right, letter 1 works. If letter 2 breaks, then we still have the problem. All right, I am going to close this down and reopen it up. Not really sure what's happening, but something is going wrong with Streamlit. Well, not Streamlit, something's going on with my code in Streamlit. So we'll pop it back up and see if it works. Cool, so letter 1 works. Letter 2, we get this key error. I think we might have to do a condition in here. If add select box, so if it changes, maybe. Something is happening. Is it grabbing the manuscripts? No, it's not even grabbing the manuscripts. Let's do st.write. Let's try to write the letter. So the problem is occurring when it comes time to look up into the data frame. That's weird. That's an odd error. Alright. Let's try getting rid of these because I don't really need them. Let's do st.write letter data and see what we're getting. So we're able to pull up is that giving me an issue now? Why would that work okay for letter 1, but not letter 2? I'm not sure if this is why this is all happening, but let's just try to drop it below the select box, maybe? Just comment this all out and see if everything else works. Nope. Oh, yeah, I gotta comment that out too. That works within the... Okay, so the problem is happening because maybe the select box. Oh, we don't need that. We can always just say that, then valid MSS, because it's going to be in the letter data already. So we don't need any of that. We'll just change this up to let's make sure it works first with this. MSS OCR. That's fine. Paste refs. Paste keys. Oh, there we go. Okay, that should solve it. And now we've got it up and running. So this is what it's going to look like when you're in just letter mode. You can find the manuscripts, the OCR manuscripts, and then you can also grab the paste data. It should bounce you over to the paste database. Ooh, where'd everything go? Which is what we want to see. All right, and that's looking good. Now if we switch over to side-by-side mode, it should still work the same way. If we switch over to NER mode, we'll actually have the NER loading up. Precisely what we want to see. And I think I'm going to make an expander within an expander. I don't know if that's possible. I'm going to leave it. Got the people, the groups, the places. Now we can switch to Alcuin's epistolary network mode. Okay, I don't like how that still is up there. So we're going to put Alcuin's epistolary network mode higher up. Or maybe these three modes. So we'll have a condition first right here. Because we don't need to do any of the stuff if we're not going to be using that mode. So if... Alright, so if options equals letter mode, or options equals NER mode, or options equals side, then we do all of this. Where does it end? Save. And now we shouldn't see that in this mode. Alright, it's gone away. Happy with that. Cool, so there's Alcuin's epistolary network. We've got his textual network. Which is all the letters. We can zoom in and see them. And the manuscripts in which they're found. We should probably add a little bit of detail about what these are on these pages, and I'll do that now. That's a good idea. So we are going to say that red nodes are, these are the letter numbers. So let's go down and these modes down here. Where are we at? Database mode, we're going to get to that in just a second. Hey, how's it going? Welcome. So So all light blue nodes are going to be people. Nodes are people, while red nodes are letters. And then we're going to say in the textual network mode, we're going to have a little thing about that as well. Our manuscripts. The tight clusters. All right, we've got that. It should look a lot nicer now. So the textual network has a little description about what you're going to be looking at. Um, okay, now we've got that typed up. Little indication about how to use these things. Now we can go into database mode. And I think this is really going to be the crux of the app. This is going to be where a user can not only just read information, but they can actually see see the database and explore the database in detail. So let's go ahead and write. Let's do a header database. Cool. That looks nice. Alright, so now that we've got the database mode set up, let's start kind of populating it. So we can do really just something basic. We can do st.write, and we can write out the whole database, which is contained. Where did I drop the df? The data frame is right here. Let's store that outside. Or actually, let's just load it up. Let's load it up down here individually. Now we'll be able to see the whole database as an Excel spreadsheet. That's cool. Expand it. Yeah, great. Now there's better ways to kind of reveal this data, and I'm going to start working on the database. I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be right back. All right, and I'm back. So what we're going to do now is we're going to start working with our data frame. So I'm trying to think of the best way to actually achieve this. I'd like the data frame to be both visible, kind of like an Excel spreadsheet, but most importantly, I want it to be navigable, meaning I want it to be able to be navigated by the user. So I think there's a couple different ways you can put data like this uh, into Streamlit. Can't remember if it's you actually write it as a data frame. No, it loads it the same way. So the idea for this is going to be where a user can run some query terms, some search queries that we want to have populated automatically based on the different manuscripts that might appear everywhere in here. So we want to grab everything from the manuscript category. So let's do that real fast. So manuscripts, it's going to be equal to df, and we're going to grab the manuscripts. And then we're going to say for ms and manuscripts, ms.split at that. And then we're going to say for m and ms, if m not in all ms dot append m. And let's just see what that looks like. st dot write all mss. Key error manuscripts. Oh yeah, I've got it as valid MSS. And I'll need to make that into a list. Let's rerun that. That might be all I need to do. Float object. Okay, so clearly something's wrong here. Let's go back and look. Valid MSS should be something that looks like this. Let's see what it looks like when we actually go through and grab it. So we've got a NAN, an NAN. Okay, so we can just ignore those. So we can do that. I think it's a nan that's causing this problem, if I had to guess. Oh, st dot right. Once we figure out all the manuscripts that are listed, yeah, it's a nan. How do we refer to that? Um, if can't remember how to write it out as a condition. Pandas is null. Let's see if that worked for us. Where's my app? All right, let's see how this is actually looking. st.write manuscripts. Hmm. Okay, let's try to do this. Let's try df, and we're going to do is equal to df.fill NA, and we're just going to fill the NAs with a blank space. I think this might do the magic for us. Cool. Let's go ahead and stop printing these things off. Let's save that. So here's our list of manuscripts. We had a Paris manuscript in here. Maybe not. So it hasn't kept any of these asterisks in there. That is just annoying. Let's try that now. Now it should be a little bit better. And it's still not. Maybe they're not separated by commas like I thought they were. No, they are. Why isn't it preserving K1? I wonder if I was just grabbing if it's actually preserved them as a list. It actually has. Okay, so that was the problem then. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. Get rid of that. I think we're going to be alright now. I think we got to figure it out. So we're going to use this data. So these are all the different potential manuscripts that these letters might appear in. And we're going to also do m.strip. I have to clean that up in the data set. Why are there duplicates? That's why. Okay, so we've got 62 different manuscripts that these letters might be in. So we're going to use that data to automatically populate a way to navigate this data frame, so that um, we only reveal letters that appear in certain manuscripts. So let's go ahead and do that now. How are we going to do this? Well, I think we want the user to be able to say multiple manuscripts. So we want to see things that appear in both this one and that one. So so how do I want to do this? All right, so Streamlit, I think it's a multi-select. Multiple checkboxes. Nah, that would get really clunky really fast. There's a multi-select box. I think that's the best option for us. Yeah, it's just Streamlit multi-select. So we're gonna do st dot multi-select and manuscript, and we're gonna do all MSS. We're gonna do that. All right, let's look at our app. Should be a multi-select box now. You can choose H. Okay, so our all right, now you can choose H if you want to. You can choose T, and then we want to use that data. We don't want to have that yet. We want to make a form. So let's do a form. Form options is going to be equal to st.form. Query form. And every form needs a submit button. So we're going to say st.form, or submit is going to be equal to st.form submit button. Oh, cool. So do that. So we want the data frame to change based on the conditions that the user lays out at this stage. So this is going to populate a new df, which is going to be equal to MMS. We're going to do some row grabbing. How do we want to do this? We want to query df valid MSS. If it's in, So what we can do is we can make our new data frame be the thing that populates down there. Hey, welcome. So this project is building a front-end digital humanities app from scratch around the letters of Alcuin. We've got a few different options. I'm working on the database portion of the page right now. So everything for the first time ever is available now in raw text. And we're going through and you can kind of switch between the different letters that you want to kind of navigate. It looks like I got something right there I got to fix, which is that letter is populating right there. I don't like that. But the other thing that you can do is you can view it side by side with the critical edition, which is right over here. And if you actually have it in full mode, it looks a lot better. Another thing that you can do is you can kind of use named entity recognition and find the named entities that are referenced throughout the letter, including people, places, and groups. And so right now we're working on just the database side, which is kind of the last major component here. And so we're setting up a query where the person kind of search a database of all of Alcuin's letters. This 9th century individual who wrote a whole bunch of letters to a lot of his former friends and colleagues and students. I think it's actually is in that we can use here. So if it's in there, then we want to return it for them. Cool. So now they got the ability to query this database. So if it has H or A1, it'll be returned. And they can kind of go through this list. We don't need to write this out anymore. So we can also set this up where they can get query by person. So let's do this same thing that we just did, but we're going to do it for all the people instead of manuscripts. So the pace refs here. Pace refs. And then for that, we're going to have to convert it into a list, which we can use. Oh, what is it that we use again? Literal eval. So let's scroll back down, and we're going to be trying to grab any instance of. Let's just get rid of this right now. So these are going to be people. We're going to do let's just do M. It's going to make this a lot easier. All so let's rerun this, and we got a problem, a syntax error. Return a compile list of file names. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, cool. So that worked. I don't need to print these off every time anymore. Okay, so now you can query the database and it's going to populate based on any of the people that you select. Let's sort all people. And then we're going to also sort all mss.sort. That'll just make this look a little bit nicer. It'll be in alphabetical order now. So we got A down, and then we've got people. Um, so if it's not in all people, there we go. And get rid of all these duplicates. And then let's write after this the length. And we can do the same thing right here so they know how many different options there are going to be. I think that'll just look a little nicer. So in this case, it's going to return, you can do a search now if you got people, you can submit. I don't think I have the code written to actually populate it yet. And I think or is written, I'm trying to remember now, or is written with like regex here. So we're going to do that. Or df, what's it called? Pace refs. That's not going to work. It's going to present a problem for us. Let's rerun it though and try. I don't think it'll work. Yeah. If any of these as a string dot contains, if it contains I don't think I can do that and stack that. So we're going to look and see if any of our items in our string are found within any of the rows and return them. So we can treat it as a string instead. So pandas search string pandas if any item in list is in string. There's a way to do this. I've done it before. And the answer is regex here. I'm trying to remember the correct way to implement it. I think you have to join up the list as a string. So let's try to do that. If it contains, and then we can do dot join, and in this case we're going to do all people, no, What is it? People select? People select. Cool. So now let's try and do it. Hey, it works. Awesome. So we can see the letters that contain an individual person. Now I want to have a nice. What's the best way to kind of display a data frame in pandas? That's kind of what I want to know now. I want to change the width. Pandas Streamlit. Change pandas. Change data frame width. Okay, we can render it as a dot plotly chart. That might be a lot nicer. All right, so let's try to render it as a plotly chart. Oh, that's right. I can do it as a table. I think that's how I've done it before, and it looks really nice. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Cool. Uh, this is nice. So you can actually see the letters where Engelbert are actually referenced immediately, or letter maybe where he's a recipient. And that's maybe a good category to add on, but now we've got a searchable, queryable database. So I think this is probably a good time for a tweet. Let's put this into. So let's go ahead and actually tweet about it. Why not? Seems relevant. So we only got 7 hours left, right? So it's 10 o'clock, 10 plus 6, 8 hours left. App shortly. Awesome. Awesome. So we've got that. Bragging is done. Cool. All right, now let's move back into coding mode. All right, so we've now got a queryable database. This is useful. This is good stuff. Now, right now, in order for this to the way our app works is that it needs to just have any of this or any of that. That's good and all, but maybe a user wants to have the option of maybe strict or not strict, in which case the way in which we do the results is going to be different. So if I wanted to do a non-strict, I would say, okay, any letter that contains Engelbert or any letter that contains alpha 1. So I'm going to get a much larger list. But not all of these are going to contain Engelbert. And the reason for that, at least it shouldn't. So this query doesn't take that into account. Maybe Engelbert just appears in all the A1s. Let's just pick an absurd one. Okay, good. Here's one. So it could be either one. We might want to give the user the ability to select between a strict search and just a general search. So it can be either or in this scenario. So we're going to add a button. Strict box. That's going to be equal to form options, and it's going to be checkbox. I'm pretty sure is the syntax. And let's do that. And this is going to return a boolean. So you can do a strict search on. It's going to be off by default. And so what we can do is now add a condition when we come out. If strict box is equal to false, so if it's off, do this. Oop, uh-oh. There we go. Else, so if it's not a strict search, then what we want to do is we want to allow the user to say this and this. So these conditions all have to be met. So in this case, we need to make sure that the ms selects has to contain everything in a list. So in order to be considered this, it has to be in ms select. Excuse me. Okay, we have to do it a little differently because right now it's just looking to see if that specific Alright, let's see what this is looking like. So get rid of H. Pretty sure these come out as booleans. What? Alright. So we want to know if any of the valid manuscript section contains anything from the manuscript select. Let's zoom this out just a little bit, and for right now, let's get rid of this condition. I can always add it back in real easily. Let's stick with just the manuscript portion right now. So looking for the ones that only appear in H. Okay, so that's going to be a problem. We almost need to convert that into a I don't think I can do this. Let's try though. So we could do that to it. So if any of those are in Alright, so let's try to figure out how to split this string up. This looks like it might be our solution here. So let's paste this right here. So the condition is going to be an ms select and df that, and then the condition would be lock condition. So let's just try this df dot lock, and we're going to do condition. I've never had to do this before, so I don't know if this is going to work. Let's do H, because we know that H comes. Let's go back to this. I feel like we're really close to getting this. So if any, let's just modify this a little bit. Let's see if that works. That might do it. It looks like it did, but it's saying true for everything. So it's giving me the exact opposite issue. And it's just going to be popping out every single manuscript. So if any... So we're trying to figure out if any for X and that. This is getting frustrating now. So let's focus on just the manuscript. So if any of these manuscripts appear in this list now, okay, so we're going to do a condition like this. If any okay, that might do it. Okay, so that's why we have to iterate over that. I think that's what that point was actually getting at. Where is he at? So we want to iterate over any. So we're looking for any item I think we can change that to n ms select. If y for y and x Cool. I think that did it. That was excessively complicated. Alright, so we should have all instances where there is an H. Darn. Well, we don't. It just returned true for everything. True, false. True, true, false. So this is... Oh, no, it does have H. Okay, good. Alright, cool. So we've got that set up. That's going to be if we have just a... Oop, where'd my app go? Alright, so if we've got... This is going to be how we grab... Okay, cool. Cool, 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 cool. So we're going to not care about that anymore. How do I add multiple of these, though? Okay, so we're going to say condition 1. We're going to say condition 2. We're going to do them separately and then concatenate them together. Okay. So we're going to do the same thing. Actually, we don't have to be that fancy. We can just... Yeah, we can do that. Let's do it just to be consistent. So I'm going to do the same thing, except this is a list. I can just check to see if it's in there. What the hell? I was just working a second ago. Let's try to go back to where we were. Oh my gosh, I literally just had this working. Alright. So condition is going to be if any y dot strip in MSS select y dot strip is in x dot strip, okay, so that's all I had to do. It works like that. Fine by me, that's even easier. So that's going to be our first condition. It's going to be condition 1. Let's make sure that works still. Great, it's happy. So that's if we were doing the manuscripts, but we also want to have a second condition. Condition 2 is going to be equal to, let's just kind of let's paste this out. Condition 2 is going to be equal to kind of the same thing. If any people select is in so in this case we're interested if any person in DFMS for person in people select. Actually, this is the condition that we need. Let's go back and redo this. Dot string dot contains. let's see if this works though. We're doing condition 1 still with something like A1 asterisk. Okay, I got that fixed. Okay, so that's going to be our first condition. It works for manuscripts. Now we just got to figure out how to search for people as well. I wonder if we can do... So for new people, select. I'm going to get rid of all of those brackets. Could do that. Replace the bracket with nothing. Replace the other bracket with nothing. Replace with nothing. If it's a series data, we should be able to just get rid of it. Alright, let's do condition 2 now. Oh, we need to make this not the manuscripts, the pace refs. Okay. Oh, that's why they updated it. Okay. Let's see if that worked. Still viewing it as... It's not letting me... I don't know why it's viewing it as series data. Boolean for NA type is ambiguous. Alright, I'm gonna drop... I've already filled in A with blank data. So it's 298 instead of 310. Why is that? So the manuscript one works. We're trying to get now the individual one to work. Okay. I'm not entirely sure why this isn't working. So if any of the people for y, so y and people select for y and x, for x and we haven't split it, that's why. So we don't have to say for, we could drop this for y. So we can say if any y in x for x in that, okay, no. For y and people select. Alright, that didn't give me an error at least. Let's see if it actually works for finding somebody. Oh, it did. Why are there only 298 in the refs? Right, let's go back to this syntax here. I think I understand now. I have to convert it after that stage back into series data. Alright, let's get rid of that because I don't need that anymore. Okay, let's take a look at how these are formed. It's just gonna be a long list of false. Yeah. Okay, let's see how this looks. Huh, well, this is a pickle. I can catch it correctly if I have it down here, like this. So I'm wondering if I make this condition somehow a little different. What if I did that? What if I just did it like this? Let's see, one parentheses. Cool. I think that might have worked. Alcuin's going to be in all of them, so that's a dumb way to test it. Engelbert. So it should just be the caret places where he appears. What did I pick? Engelbert. Cool, he's there. Alright, so we've got the two conditions. So when the strict box is false, we need to now concatenate these two lists so that all the trues remain. So I don't think I can do that. So we need to bring these two together, so merge them in all instances where there's a true. We're going to have a main condition, which will be empty. We're just going to make that equal to some condition 1. And then for C and cond 2, if C equals true, then main cond I equals true. Then we'll set it up where the main condition is what is searched. Oh, it helps if I actually do I equals I plus 1. I equals I plus 1. Helps if it's actually in the loop. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. So now we've got every sentence that is Engelbert, and now let's add in another condition if it's Engelbert or if it contains the manuscript H. Voila! Now we gotta do kind of the opposite. Both conditions must be true in order for this to be met. So let's do the same thing. We can actually store both of these outside of there, so we don't have to copy that so many times. We're going to do the kind of the opposite now for this one, because if strict is selected, then both of these have to be true. So now what we need to do is we need to iterate over both of these simultaneously. equal an empty list if C is equal to true, and condition 1, I is equal to true, then and only then in these conditions is main condition I going to be equal to true. Else, so if that's not the case, then main condition I will be equal to false. And this should allow our users to now limit their searches. So in this scenario, both H or Engelbert could be being returned. And if we set up it to be strict, it's only going to return it if they both are referenced. And we got an issue. Oh, there we go. That's why. And I don't know if there's going to be any that will be matched here. I guess we should just do append. List index is out of range. What are you talking about? Oh. There we go. And again, oh, there actually are some. So here, this is good. I didn't think this was actually going to happen. So we have a letter to Engelbert, and it's also in manuscript H. So now we can do a strict search. Now we can give some people some explanation about what's happening. st.write. Okay, so we can see which manuscripts survive, or which letters survive in both H and A. And in this scenario, we can have everything strict. Okay, so for here, it needs to not be any. It needs to be all. So let's do this again. Oh, oops, I was making a mistake there. Let's keep that here. How we create these lists is going to be different on each of these conditions. Okay, so what we're trying to figure out now is how to do the same thing, but kind of the opposite, where all conditions must be met. So all items in this list must be in X. All Y. All right, so we need to know if all of Y and MSS select, so if all of these options Okay. Okay. Oh, so that did work. I just didn't get past this one part. Okay, so we're right there. So condition one, let's just st right len cond one. It's only one long. All right, let's think about it this way. For x in df, let's focus on just this one for right now. So I'm going to make sure that contains all elements of our list. What if we just do contains I didn't think that would work. Welcome. Hey, thanks a lot. I'm glad you enjoy it. Finishing up a 48-hour stretch, and the next looks like 5 hours or so, or 6 hours, 7 hours, 6 a.m. Eastern time, whenever that is. Right now, I'm working on the database side of the app. And I'm trying to remember right now how to use regex in pandas to delineate not or like you do with the upward line, but and. Maybe it is just that simple. It's not. So X for X and DF. So we're going to look at the entire valid manuscripts. We want to know if it contains all of the items in our selection. So X for X is going to iterate over all of those valid manuscripts. str.contains I for I in select. That might work. Closing parentheses. I forgot my closing parentheses. Where do I need to close? It's going to give me any either or. If it contains any item in a list. Oh, I think I know how to do it. I think I. Okay. I think I can do instead of that. Oh, sorry, I just saw the chat. Yeah, sure. So no problem. So I started at about 6 a.m. yesterday. I did get some rest, but the whole premise was I started off with essentially just raw PDFs from the DMGH, which is a digital history project that puts together these 19th century editions of Latin texts for the most part that deal with or around England. And so I started off with just raw scans, which weren't OCR'd, and the first stage of the project was taking all of these raw scans and extracting the salient pieces of metadata from them. So, extracting the main body of the text, the scripture references that are on the left, separating out the footer from everything, and the other marginalia so that it could be cleanly OCR'd. And then the next thing I did was I OCR'd everything, and everything's going to be in GitHub when this is all said and done. And once everything was OCR'd, then it came time to start kind of putting all these different pieces of metadata together. And so we've got a couple different options. A person can read these letters now for the first time as raw text or copy and paste them, which you really couldn't do before. You got references from, I hooked up to the paste data, prosopography of Anglo-Saxon England data set, and you can now link up to all of the individuals that are referenced in these letters. You can grab the manuscripts in which they appear, both in the OCR version and in a clean version. You can switch over to side by side mode, and you can see these letters now, also for the first time, with raw text alongside the um, the actual scans. In addition to that, and I'm cleaning this up right now, so this will be all kind of populated down here when it's all said and done. In addition to that, you can also go into NER mode, and NER mode will tell you, will run NER, named entity recognition, over everything. It'll extract all the named persons, so these will include and sometimes be in addition to the data from the paste data set. The other thing that you can do is you can visualize, so we also use this data to visualize some social networks. So you can actually populate a network graph, which we'll see in just a second, which is the entire pedagogical network of this individual. So all the people that he wrote to or mentioned in his letters. And so it looks like this. You can zoom in and see him, his letters, and the people that received them or were referenced in them. So you can kind of see an intellectual network there, and you can switch over and see a textual network as well. And this one kind of shows how the letters survive over time, specifically how they survive in manuscripts. And so when this finishes loading, you can see all the manuscripts plotted out now and graphed out. So each of these nodes is either a manuscript or a letter. And so what you're able to identify easily and visually are collections of this individual's letters. So that's kind of what we've been working on, and now I've kind of moved into a database. So this is the last main part of the project, which allows you to search all these letters and all the metadata that we've generated, including specifically the people that are in it and the manuscripts. So oftentimes, when you're looking at these, you want to find things that deal with a certain person, or maybe they appear in certain manuscripts. And so I've got the first part of it working, where you can say, I want to find anything that deals with C, so the C manuscript, and I can also say C or A. And so what it's going to do is it's going to limit everything to just those manuscripts that contain, or just the letters that contain either C or A. And as you can tell, something's not right here. I think I need I'm still in the process of cleaning this part up. But the other thing that you can do is you can also include individuals in your search too. So it can include CA. Oh, there it goes. Now it's loaded correctly. CA or the individual. So if it references either Engelbert or it's in any of these, you can kind of navigate that. So you can find instances where just Engelbert appear, run the search, and it'll just populate those. Or you can run a search where maybe it could be Engelbert or this anonymous 1844 appear. And so now you're able to actually search the metadata a bit more dynamically. So this is what we've done for the past 41 hours. We got a somewhat of a digital humanities project kind of up and running, and this app is sitting in the cloud. This version isn't yet, but it's uh, it's getting there. Does that do a good summary for you? And I'm trying to have at least the alpha version up and available by uh, by the 48-hour mark. Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. Hey, yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming. Out of curiosity, do you? Yeah, I had to implement something fancy to do it. The good news is that with the workflow I've developed for this, this is now possible for the hundreds of volumes that are in the MGH that have the same format. So when when I push this all to GitHub, I haven't pushed it all yet because it's quite large and it causes the stream to get a little delayed. But this Jupyter notebook will go through and actually extract all these different components kind of automatically. And then the things that don't work, the exceptions, it kind of makes a little note of, so you know what needs to be kind of manually validated. The idea here was to kind of automate a whole bunch of the process to see what we could automate and see what we could kind of push to the side for manual validation. Cool, awesome. Yeah, I've got a whole series on this channel actually with working with Tesseract and OCR. It kind of takes you from knowing nothing to fully implementing a workflow. Not sure what's happening here though. So right now I can't figure out why these first couple always get populated even though they don't have any of these options. But as soon as you get past those, feature was just working a few minutes ago. Hmm. Maybe it's because that's empty. That was a bad example. That's what it is. So I need to make a condition that it's only going to do this if the length of people select. Cool. That's what did it. Oh, sorry. I just saw your comment again. Great. I'll have to check. That's a good question. That's going to throw a lot of problems. If you've got Latin script mixed with Arabic, there's a way to do it in Tesseract. What you want to do is you can select multiple languages. So if you look in the Tesseract documentation, you can pass in a specific language, like if you know it's going to be English, you can pass in the English language. And when it's doing the OCR, it's not just trying to look at the characters with its model. It's also doing a check on the words and also on a character by character basis to ensure that what it's extracting matches with a known word. When you start introducing multiple scripts into the OCR process, it gets a little bit more challenging. But I would be shocked if Tesseract, which comes out of Google, can't handle the combination of Arabic script with Latin script, at least marginally well. So we got that condition worked in, which means that this is going to now work. If I can't get this to work before the 48 hours, I'm just going to take away the strict search option. But let's say, I think I got the strict search working for manuscripts though. Let's go ahead and uncomment this out. Actually, I might not have. Yeah, good luck. Let me know how it turns out. I'm really curious. Okay, so let's focus right now on just condition one. We're not even gonna worry about people. So we need to make sure that for Exon, so we want to make sure that it has all of these. So right now we're trying to get this where the string is going to, or essentially in pandas, when it's doing the lock search, the condition is that it needs to find all of these elements of the list And I might be able to do this with a traditional lock right now. So let's do new df is going to be equal to, let's do df lock, df dot lock, and df valid mss dot, I think you can do contains, we can do mss select. Okay. Oh, that's right. This is the problem, that it's not series data, or that it's we need to do. So pandas cell contains all items in list. Cool, someone else has already figured it out. All right. Okay. All right, maybe we can do that. There we go. Thank you, Stack Overflow. I think this is going to be the right answer. And we're going to make that ms select. We got to make it into a set first. That was funny. Thanks, Dan. All right, so we're gonna do MSS select is gonna be equal to, we're just gonna make it into a set for this to work. MSS select, it doesn't matter because we don't have any duplicates in there. I think that is what we need, at least what it looks like. Okay, that's okay. We know that there's probably nothing that overlaps there. I think there's an instance of A and A1 and S1. All right, let's just find S1. All right, it's not returning anything now, so this might not have worked. Let me go back and make sure I've done everything. Oh, okay. I'm not going to use df lock. I'm just going to use df in this scenario. There's another option. Let's try this. Darn. Oh, well, that's promising. All right, let's see if there's any instance of. All right, so let's see what they have H with. T asterisk. Darn. Well, we're getting close, I think. In this scenario, is char a list? It is. Oh, okay. So dot split. Let's split it up first. That might help. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to work. We had to convert it to a string. Okay, this might be better now. Awesome. Okay, this is a good sign. This is a good sign. I think I said it was T. Yes! All right. This has been about an hour worth of work just to do this one little thing, but oh my gosh, I'm happy. Okay, so this is condition one. No, that's the DF. All right, so we can do it with that. All right, so how do we translate this into a series of conditions? I can't even figure that out in my head right now because we need to have two conditions. Uh, we want that populated. Hey, thanks. Okay, so we've got that populated. Now we need to translate this into a condition, though. I think we can do it. So, condition one is going to be equal to. We need to return. Essentially, we're trying to do this and convert this into a list of true/false variables. Um, so what we want to do is say x for x in let's do st.write condition one. This is a set of true false. That's what we want. It's a series. Oh, we don't want that to be a list. That's why. There we go. That should be better. That might be it. Sweet. Excellent. We got it. We got it. We got the condition set up, which means we can just recreate this exact same thing now as condition 2. And condition 2 is going to be based on the pace refs. And it's going to draw the from the people select. Oh my goodness, I am happy. Now we can do this here. I know it's not done yet. We don't need to write you out. We don't need to write you out. Okay, so now we're going to iterate over that, and that code should stand. We could probably just bring this outside of the loop at this point. Oh no, we can't. We got to keep those separate and distinct. Okay, so now we're interested in, we want to limit our search even more. We only want to return instances where Charlemagne appears in these letters. And if this works, Charlemagne, it'll just only return those. I didn't think it was going to be that easy. Okay, that's all right. So for C in condition 2, actually we haven't even tested to make sure that this does work. We actually don't have to do that because this one might be different because it's already a series. All right, so let's now try to get it working for condition 2. So we only want to find instances of Charlemagne. Okay, so we haven't succeeded with that yet. All right. Instead of apply, I think we can cheat because we're looking to see if it contains all of these subsets. This is where we need to have contains. Contains X. No, because we need to do it backwards. See if it's a subset the other way. So no, that wouldn't work. Okay, this is the last little thing we have to work out, and the database will be up and running. Um, oh, not apply. I don't think it'll be that easy. Nope. And the reason is because of how it's being split up. This might be another case where huh. No, it's just grabbing A's. It's just a coincidence that Charlemagne's the first one there. Alright. What if I can use is in? What is it to see if pandas any item in string and list in string? Hmm. Charlemagne. It's A. A1. Charlemagne. All right. All right. All right. All right. We've got Charlemagne. That's the only thing we had in this output. So we want out and Charlemagne and Engelbert. Charlemagne and Engelbert. Charlemagne and Engelbert. Okay, now we just gotta translate that into conditions. I think actually the first statement is let's do st. Is that right? Contains. All right. All right, so we've gotten this almost working. This is the last hurdle, and we should be in business after that. Welcome, everyone. Okay, so we just gotta figure out this last condition, and we should be in business. There's gotta be a way to specify instead of or in regex and. Okay, so what if we did. What if we wrapped each item? But instead of joining them, This might be it. People select. Let's go back to our app. Cool. All right, got it. All right, that's condition 2. So the same thing's going to hold out here. We don't care about contains anymore. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Awesome. So now we've got only letters that include Charlemagne or Engelbert and Engelbert. Oh, darn. So close. Oh, so we need to make sure this actually is right. We want to make sure that both these conditions are true. No, we've got that. Both conditions are true. So it's A and Charlemagne. A or Charlemagne. Alright, so now we're going to need to iterate over these conditions. So for C in condition 2, oh, that's why. We need to express it on the main condition. Boom. Oh my gosh. Ugh, we got it. Alright. Now, let's test it one more time. Let's add Athelbert. He's going to be at the end with an ash. How do you do the ash on this keyboard? I can't remember. There we go. What was the name again? Athelbert 8. Athelbert 8. We should just have letter 142 be the only thing. Success. Oh my gosh. It's done. At least that part of the ability to search. We got it figured out. We can do it with everything else a lot more easily. That's really good news. Okay. So now you can search the database. You can go into NER mode. I am going to change this. Thanks. Hey, thanks, Martin. Oh my gosh, that took me a long time to figure out, but I'm glad it's done. I gotta now fix this so this looks a lot cleaner. These descriptions need to be not in the main section; they need to be in the individual subsections, so we can do that real easily by going up to, where is it at? I had it all at the very beginning. We don't care about the manuscript, so that can stay where it's at. I just wanted to make the description. Here we are. Put that there. And we can say if options equals letter mode or options equals NER mode, then do this. All right, let's see how that looks. Cool. All right, NER mode. It'll be the same thing. I got to get rid of that up there. I don't like that that's written. I got a st right somewhere. stright.add select box. I don't need that. Cool, that's gone. All right, this is starting to look a little bit more polished. And I want that to appear a little lower, so I'm going to add some HTML line breaks before the description so that this aligns better. I'm thinking just 3 will do it. Let's find out. So when I go into side-by-side mode, I'm going to add it. Let's actually do the same thing that we did with column 2. Letter O to text. Where did I write that? So I can keep the formatting the same. That'll actually make it align a lot nicer. Text. Cool. Now you can actually look at that a bit better. That's not good. We don't want that output down there. That's the start and the end. Right there. It's the image list. We don't want that. That's gone. I'll have to say this is starting to look more and more like an actual app now. And we should be able to iterate through all of these pages. Grab them. That looks good. Scriptural references. See those right there? That looks good. You can read the actual MGH edition for yourself now. Let's look at letter 1 again. Scriptural references now over here. Cool. Well, aside from manual validation now, a good chunk of the work is done. So we got 164 letters out of 310. I'm calling that a success. We got it linked up to another database. Got some rudimentary NER that needs improvement. Awesome. I might be calling it a night, people. I've put about probably 30 hours now in total into this, with the breaks and everything included in sleepy, maybe about 25. But I'm going to go ahead and call it a night, I think. So thanks everyone for participating in this. Hopefully you found it at least somewhat interesting and stimulating, and hopefully it inspired you to learn to code a bit if you want to try to create a DH project, because learning to code makes essentially things that seemed impossible suddenly possible. Yeah, hey Martin, I've got a Patreon set up. Um, if you want to use the Patreon, it's in the description, I think. There's also, I think, Super Chat is enabled if you want to contribute that way. And then there's also the PayPal, which is linked in the description. If it's not, let me see if I can find the Patreon. You can find it on all my videos, though. I always tend to have those down there. So I need to figure out how to actually get the link for the Patreon. Oh, my bad, my bad. Yeah, so I'm going to be pushing this to GitHub, and so this is going to survive in two different GitHub repos, one for the actual project and one for the app. I'm going to be giving out instructions for how to actually contribute with the GitHub. I haven't decided yet. The main thing I need right now, if you have Latin, is manual validation. So there's three main areas where I'm kind of improving things. It's in cleaning up these salutations and also improving the, let me go to the side by side mode, which I think is where it's at, improving these scriptural references. So these were, the OCR was kind of poor on them, so I've been going through and just kind of manually cleaning them up so that they match up there. Those are the kind of the big things I'm working on right now, and that's just going to come from manual labor over the next couple weeks. But as you can tell, my voice is starting to go at this point, so I'm not sure I can continue talking. But let me go ahead and start getting all the stuff ready to push the app. I gotta save or bring over. I think the only thing I have to bring over is the app itself. And then the new data set that I cultivated. I think that's really all that I've changed in the repo for the app. All right, I'm gonna push it to GitHub now. Let's see. Glad you all liked it. Let's make sure that this app is actually working the way we expect it to. This is the local one. And where are we at? The DAP app. I'm going to have to upgrade it later to accommodate that. But let's make sure the database mode works. So we can search for anyone with, do a strict search, anything that has A and Adelard. Not surprised. Adelard and Alcuin. Cool. Alcuin and Adelard both appearing there, both appearing there. Awesome. It's in the cloud and it works. All right. I am going to paste this here so anyone can play around with it if you want to. But thanks everybody for participating. I'm calling it a night. I'm calling this a success. It's a very, very early alpha version of this project, but it's up and running in less than 48 hours with a lot of cool features from network analysis to NER to actually just being able to get the raw data from these texts. One of the things I'm not happy with is the fact that I've got that Streamlit in the cloud puts these little warnings there. I don't know how to suppress them, but for right now, I'm not going to worry about it. Thanks again, everyone. Y'all have a good night.